Alright, everybody. Welcome to the live stream. I'm not even gonna bother wasting time checking to see if anybody's watching on YouTube or anything. I'm just gonna get going here. If you would like to have a discussion with me or to let me know that anything's going on, what I'm going to be forcing you to do is to join Operation Code. You can go to the website at the top center of the screen. If you join up and register, you can sign up as a mentor or not, it doesn't matter. Once you do that, you can join our Slack team and jump into, that was a monster opening. You can jump into our live streaming channel and we can talk there. I am, however, going to tweet about this because my friends were mad that I didn't last time. So I'm going to do that. Oh boy, I forgot how great my internet was while I streamed. All right. Cool, tweets out. Okay, let me go. The last thing is tell everybody in the channel to join live coding. All right, let's get going here. So today, so last week, we had intended on doing work on a press page, which we'll navigate to in a moment. We ended up running into an issue, pretty much a styling issue that took a while to figure out, which is kind of sad on my part. But we did figure it out. We just didn't end up getting that press page done. Anyways, my goal today is to manage these projects, this project by checking out any of my notifications. So we'll click on that and let it load while I continue to talk. But pretty much every time that I want to do work, honestly, actually, even if I'm not trying to do work, I kind of check out my notifications a lot. So there typically aren't many. I left some on purpose for us today. And I also have an open pull request that I would like to review and merge in because it's a really good change. And so we'll get to that in a second. I'm going to have to re-remember my keyboard shortcuts in a second. Sorry about all these screens switching around. Okay, so I have to fix that one. All right, so give me a moment. I'm going to fix, I have keyboard shortcuts set up for my window captures to switch between both my coding and my terminal, but it doesn't seem to be working, so I want to fix that. Okay. Okay, so the coding is working now, and then let me go and make sure the terminal's fixed. Okay, terminal's showing up. Alright, there we go. Everything's all ready to go again. Okay, and then let me remember these keyboard shortcuts. Okay, coding, browser, terminal. Alright, so let's go ahead and go to the terminal. I'm on a branch right now. I don't even know if I want to continue with that branch because we've made a drastic change to it. But let's go ahead and go to the master branch. I don't even know if I don't think I'm going to keep this branch because it's named poorly, and the changes we made are not going to stick since we made a big change on this issue since we started working on it. So. This is a gross commit message that I'll never do again, but I'm only doing it because I'm going to delete this branch. I'm going to keep it for posterity just so I can come back to it and check out what I did if I want to check it out. Anyways, on master, I haven't been on master for a while, so I need the pool to update it in the repository. Lots of changes, as you can see. I'm going to clear. I have C set up as an alias for clear. I like keeping my terminal clean for y'all. And then, just in case there's any locks that change, yarn install. All right, while that's going down, let's go back to the browser. Let's go ahead and check this stuff out. So last night somebody commented on an issue, letting us know that he was basically saying like, hey, the nav bar items on this website, and like the top nav bar up here, there should be some kind of notification that you're hovering over them, which I think is doubly important because we actually had a discussion about the fact that it's kind of tough to see these links up here. Once they show up, you'll see. My internet goes very slow when I stream, I apologize. So these links, as you can see, there's no hover effect. The website is just about fully loaded, but I promise there's nothing there even if it was fully loaded. Okay, now it is. So yeah. So he was talking about, let's make sure that people can tell when they're hovering over it with like some hover effects. And it gets especially problematic when you get here. Like, you can't even freaking see that word. So that might be a later discussion about maybe changing the picture or adding some kind of, maybe adding this hover effect will be enough. So I'm going to, he made kind of a question, and I told him go ahead and make the issue more declarative. This is good. He ended up commenting. I'm just going to go ahead and copy all of this and move it up here. And I'm going to let him know so it's not really creepy. And maybe, let's see if we can contribute to this discussion. So, anyways, hover styling for buttons, and what he meant were, I guess, for any buttons, which is totally fair. Not just for that top nav, but he also means for this. And I agree. Those need to happen. And I put them under the static content milestone. I'm going to go ahead and actually move it down to lower priority design-minded refactor because it is pretty low priority. And I assigned the medium priority label, but I meant that within respect to other issues within the milestone, at least for me personally. But I do believe this issue is actually a medium priority just because of the navbar issue where it becomes tough to see. So holy cow, my internet is very slow. I was trying to change these labels, but I can't even load them. My internet's going so slow. Let's do a cache reset on this web page. Maybe it's just me. Okay, cool, that worked. All right, so we put priority medium. It's also ready on the waffle board, and I made status available. Don't worry about the waffle board. And then we're gonna do type feature because it's not a bug. And that sounds about right. I think we've labeled this properly. It's in the right milestone. So now it's ready to go. It's all properly tagged. Let's see if we can contribute to this conversation. For nav items at the top, so I know for a fact that this is going to be changing soon because thank goodness Matthew Zurich is handling another issue that will get touched upon, which is basically he's unifying He's unifying the nav and top nav. Actually, my issue. If I type in nav, this one. Okay. Just change. I don't know about making any kind of poppy color changes to this div. I was thinking more of just having some drop shadow under the text. I think that will honestly be enough. And you know, we may do something more major later on. But for now, I'm going to suggest that. I think for nav items, and the last note, link buttons. And then I actually have my own way of writing this stuff. Just so it's clear when you're coding, because that's how components get rendered with this title case fake HTML element within the JSX. JSX is React's attempt at unifying HTML, CSS, and JavaScript on a single file. On our project, we have CSS kind of pulled out, but we'll get into that later. I agreed completely on use media queries or modernizers to allow hover only on nudge. Let's keep note of testing any of these changes on mobile if we've got issues. We'll keep modernizer in mind. Good note. And just last little tack on of praise. I've updated my comment, and we've contributed handedly to this conversation. I think if you were to go to this issue and you wanted to add hover styling for buttons, the roadmap has been laid clear of what we want to go down. And so I think my job here is done, so we can go back to notifications. We've handled that issue. And yeah, I'm gonna do some open source project management for probably another 20 or so minutes. But once that's done, I'll probably be coding for 2 hours, and I'll take a break, and then I'll code for another 2 hours. All right. Here's the issue I was talking about. So 112 is an issue that I made a long time ago. Obviously, the issues are sequential, so I made this a few weeks ago. Basically, we're having to break this concept called DRY, which means don't repeat yourself. So we have code repeated in 2 places on these nav components where we have to enter routes in twice for the side nav and the top nav. Side nav only appearing on mobile. And so then this Matthew filed 314, which says, hey, our side nav doesn't have the same links that our top nav does. And I was like, yeah, I know. I did this thing, and that needs to happen so we don't have to have another one of these kind of issues in 314. And so everybody agreed, and Matthew's like, I got this. And I was like, bless up, thank you, Matthew. I'm going to assign myself as a reviewer, and we're going to review this because I'm very excited to implement it. Okay. Move the contents of the navs in the header. I need to edit my. I need to open my code editor. I think haven't touched header in so long. I want to make sure we don't need the Docker compose file. Don't need the notes file. I am actually. Where is header? Oh, and you know what? Let me just, because I know how long this takes. Really quickly, I'm going to go ahead and start opening this fork since we want to test it. So let's go ahead and do the command line instructions, and I'm pretty much going to follow these. That didn't work. I wonder if that paste even. Oh boy. Switch to new branch. Let's try git. Oh, looks like it worked. Okay, that copy paste works. All right, so now we want to do git checkout. Okay, we're on the branch that we want. So let's do a yarn start. Actually, first I want to open an identical terminal tab so that I can do version control while the server's running. And so yarn start runs our development server, so that it's got hot reloading. So my browser is now eventually going to open localhost 4000, and that'll be kind of like our little demo so that while we code, we can see changes happen live. For now, I'm checking out Matthew's branch because I want to make sure it works as intended. It's good to make sure that we review things and kind of check it over. Okay. He's got a question. Let's go ahead and check out the file changes first of all. See if everything makes sense. Okay. Got rid of the burger. Bold move, Matt. Function burger props. I'm going to pin this so it gets out of the way. We don't need this anymore. Okay. He got rid of the burger component and made it instead into a function. Or was burger? Burger is its own thing in the header. So he added a lot to header, obviously. What do we got going on here? So we've got state management for is side nav visible, and you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and just open this in the code editor because I want to fly through here. So we know that the header's changed. So we go to scenes, home, and then header, and then header.js. Let's go ahead and check this out. So we've got this thing. Let's go ahead and find other instances of it. This.setState, the opposite only when somebody presses the toggle drawer button. And I imagine toggle drawer is not an available function unless you're in the side nav, or rather, unless the hamburger button is visible. Where is our last mention? Is visible. Okay, fine. So I understand the side nav visible. It's just a Boolean that changes based off if somebody presses this a button that toggles this function. So now we need to find what this function is called. So I'm going to do a Command F. Burger on click. Yep, just like I predicted. So somebody clicks the burger and that toggles the Boolean. Sure, that's totally fine. I'm interested that, remember when we were checking out the burger, he changed the burger to just a function. I wonder if that's still considered or called a component, but this is interesting. So I assume it works. We will know momentarily because my development server takes forever to load. I really need to upgrade something or other on my system because everything slows to a creeping halt when I stream. Anyways, I won't complain about that another time. I will explain though to other people that join. My internet's slow when I stream. Anyways, let's call this a component for now. I don't see anything that's crazy in here. So this is pretty much what JSX looks like. I'm unfamiliar with seeing just function up here. Usually it's a just a class that extends the component from React, or it'll just be a const construction in JavaScript. But this one's a function, so. And you've obviously got this required prop type. So when you try to render burger anywhere, you need to have this thing called onClick, and then you set it to a function name. That's how you call it within JSX. Okay. Looks good. Back to header. We were right about here. So now we understand the reason why we've got this in state. We understand this function. We understand when the function is called. And now we look at the render of the nav contents. We've got these nav items. I like this way of handling roles much better. This is way more dynamic than what we had before. So this is great. Obviously, as you can tell, like you only are going to see some of these routes if you are signed in, and you're only going to see some of the other routes. Like you're not going to see mentorship requests unless you're a mentor. So that's great. And then this case is a ternary operator. So as you can see, if you're signed in, you will see the profile button, and if you're not signed in, you will see the join button. And the same thing goes for seeing log in or log out. We don't have, I don't think we have log out functionality yet, and so that's why it's written here. I imagine this could be like a redirect or something to a router that strips the JWT or just strips your authorization, however we have that set up. Now into the internals of it. So these are the construction parameters. These are dynamically rendered styles. Top nav. The one thing I'm curious on, and we'll see, I think my development server is finally almost loaded, but you know, this one's obviously dynamically loaded based off the burger button. I want to know if top nav goes away when it's mobile size, you know, when the burger button shows up. And we can tell that probably within the style sheets if we set like display equal to none at like a media query, or if that's in top nav style sheets. Let's check it out. So display flex, media query, display. Yeah, so as soon as we get to 760 pixels, anything under 760 760 pixels. As soon as we get under that width, the top nav just goes away, which is perfect because that's also the point where I believe, and we can find this out, that the burger button shows up. And indeed it is. So as soon as the top nav goes away, the burger button shows up, which provides the button with which you can press to display the side nav. This all looks good on code. My development server still hasn't kicked in yet, but once it does, we can just kind of verify this. All the code makes sense. It's very readable. It's very dynamic. I like it a lot. I'm going to go back to the browser and just kind of check stuff out there in case there were any files I missed. Okay, my development server is finally up. But yeah, everything makes so much sense here. So remember I said DRY, so we were repeating ourselves a lot. You can tell very quickly that we were doing so when you look at, here is side nav. Look at all the code that got removed, and then you'll see that again on the top nav because we were doing it twice, and it's so annoying. And this is much better. I think anybody would agree. So I like the way this is coded great. So I think Matt did an amazing job. This is great. Okay, so finally loading up. All right, as we can see, top nav works. We're gonna kind of navigate the website a little bit. Code schools works. So to join, log in, everything's working out. Cool. And I don't know if you noticed this, but if we click on one of these footer buttons, you'll notice that we don't actually scroll to the top. We have a pull request that'll fix that too. So that'll be really nice. One thing that I'm gonna do that I can't really stream, this isn't good. However, this may not be related to this PR. This could be, I mean, we'll check to make sure, but it could be that a push that we made yesterday might be causing this problem. We will find out. Okay, why are you doing this to me, huh? All right, so if I set this to 100% and it works, alrighty then. Darn it. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm in this branch right now. I'm actually going to make this change instead of reverting. We had a pull request yesterday that one of our contributors named Seth pushed in, and a lot of the changes were very necessary and good. I was worried about his change to auto in the section because I was pretty confident that 100% was the right choice. I didn't see any problems yesterday, but maybe, I don't know, maybe the style sheets from other PRs kind of enlighten this issue. But we're going to go ahead and fix this by jumping into our editor, and we're going to make a commit on this branch ourselves. So we fix this by going to shared components. You can see this right. Okay, cool. We're going to go to shared components. We're going to go to section.css. We're going to set width to 100%. Save that. Now we're going to go to our terminal. We're going to go here. We should see some changes. Cool. Now let's do and I actually need to go back onto the browser because I want to find out the name of that PR because I'm going to reference it in this commit message. And I'll also obviously comment on Matthew's issue, letting him know that I made some changes here. He also asked a question earlier, and it may be related to removing files, and I may be able to do that for him. So we've got this closed PR. Right here. No, that wasn't it. Where is... It appears lower because it was the PR was opened a while ago, but only closed recently. This one. Okay, fix 284. So I'm going to go back to the terminal. And let's say and then I almost did that. That's a good commit message. It explains exactly what we did, and it redirects them to an issue or the PR if they want to check it out. And then we can do and then the branch name, I believe. Consolidate navs. Yeah, let's try this. That should push directly to GitHub, and we can confirm on the browser. Let's see if this stuff was changed. I think it was changed because maybe I am unable to make pushes on Matthew's branch here, because usually GitHub hooks are rather immediate. This is the benefit of making sure our contributors are members. Yeah, darn it. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to just request a review, and I'm gonna comment. I don't want to have to revert that change, so I think what I'm gonna do is I will make my own change, knowing this is broken, but I want to make that fix myself actually really quick. So let's go jump into the terminal. We're going to finish this review later. In fact, so let's go to the terminal. Master, I'm going to delete this branch locally because I want to make sure when I grab it again, it's Matthew's and not the one that I just kind of instantiated locally. Okay, and then I'm going to make a new branch. And we'll just call it fix section CSS. Wow, this is so slow. Oh my goodness. My keystrokes are happening like 10 seconds later. This is a powerful computer too. I'm not like trying to do this on some old machine. This is crazy that it happens. I would think it would be able to handle it, but I guess not. Okay, so now I'm on this new branch. I'm gonna go to my code editor, make this change real fast again. Shared components section CSS 100. Save, close, back to the terminal. Let's do git commit-am, and that says commit all messages, and add this message. And then I don't even know anymore if, holy cow, these keystrokes are so light. I don't even know anymore if the flag capital A does exactly what I want, so I'm just gonna, wow, this is just crazy. I'm just waiting for my computer to catch up. Okay, git commit-am, revert section style change in 284, I think it was. I can kind of scroll up to make sure. Yeah, it was. Okay. Now I can make my own little PR really quick, and I want to do that because when I merge other people's branches, I want that change to be implemented, because obviously the auto breaks the section components that use images as their background. Let's make a new PR. Hopefully somebody from OC Projects or another contributor or another team member is available to review, in which case I can rebase rather soon. You guys are looking at my terminal. Sorry about that. Back to the browser. So I clicked create new pull request. I just put my section right here. Now I can create the pull request. And for posterity's sake, and because I promised Rick I wouldn't make PRs without an issue, I'm going to make an issue for the problem. It's interesting that I didn't see it like on our live site though. I don't know why that would be the case. But maybe it is there and I was just blind. Yeah, it does look like the problem's there. I was just blind yesterday. I should not have made that pull request. Okay, I've taken some screenshots, so now I can make an issue and say I'm going to assign myself because obviously I've already fixed it. I'm going to say critical because it makes our site look awful. Status in progress. And bug. Or rather, in progress. Section components do not span the entirety page. And bring in those screenshots and then I'll submit this issue. And now I can reference the issue. And I'm actually going to go make a change really quick. You can we can go to our terminal and I'm going to do git commit and I'm going to do -- amend because I actually realized I want to change my git commit message because I want to show you guys something really cool. You can reference issues with specific keywords and automatically tie them within your project management. So if I say fix number 317 and I save that, my git commit message has been changed now, and when I make the pull request, it'll show up and automatically tie into the issue that I made on the browser. Let's close that issue. And I'll say fix, you can reference in here, 317, right? Oh, it's because I have to refresh the page. Cool, there we go. PR made. Hopefully anybody that's watching is a member contributor and can make that fix for us. I think we're still checking out the browser, right? Okay, cool. That issue's been made. We can continue with our work again. Let's go back to this. I'm really happy that Matt fixed this because this was a problem. Okay, I'm going to go back to the terminal. And let's go ahead and follow the git command lines in the browser, which you can't see, but don't worry about it. Okay, back in the game. Let's go ahead and check out our editor. Okay, so we were reviewing this process. If you were not here, I basically just went step by step through the header component and checked that all the changes made sense and all the code makes sense and it's readable. And honestly, this is beautiful code. Matthew did a great job. I would like there to be some new lines, but that's my fault for not having a good linter in place. And I'm going to go back and check out the file changes here. Sorry about that noise. Okay, so we were, I'm not showing you the browser. Sorry about that. There's the browser. I'm checking to make sure there's not any files that I made some changes to. Okay. So yeah, I was just highlighting the fact that this is really good code because we were breaking the principle of DRY, which means don't repeat yourself. And as you can see, there was so much code in that side nav, and then it kind of repeated in the top nav. And what you can't tell is actually identical because this has like the lines separated, but this one doesn't. But they're pretty much identical code, and it was really annoying that we had to do that because the issue that he referenced in this fixes 314. 314 was saying, hey, login is not a route listed on our side nav, even though it's in our top nav. And that problem was going to keep on happening if people didn't properly change our stuff. And it was easy to miss because we had to change it twice, which is silly. Now we don't. Now it makes sense. So, great work. I'm happy with all of it. If we go to our development server, which we already did, obviously this section is broken, but that new PR should fix it if that gets merged. Rick approved that change for us, so I'm going to go back to the browser if I'm not already there. And now we can check out these PRs, go to mine, and merge it. As long as our CI, so that yellow is likely that our continuous integration check hasn't yet finished. Once this finishes, we'll rebase and merge, and then I can go ahead and rebase and merge this branch. So with that, let's take like a 5-minute breather. I have one more PR to review after that, and then we can get to coding. So hang around. Be right back. Alrighty, we'll go ahead and be back here. I was just checking out the stream in the meantime while our continuous integration was checking its tests. And I noticed that the stream was a little bit pixelated, so I did us a favor. Hopefully it works out. I zoomed in. Maybe that makes everything better, but we will find out. So Rick approved the changes for me. It was a 5-character fix, and I think he just trusted that I did the right thing. And as you guys saw, I did. So we're gonna go ahead and merge this. I can delete that branch. Now we can go back to this beautiful, beautiful thing. Let's do a cache reset. I'm gonna go to my terminal now while that's reloading since my internet is slow as hell. And now we can actually follow the command line instructions. I'm gonna bounce back to the browser. So loaded. Before we do merge though, I want to read what he said here because maybe we can make these changes. Probably shouldn't be under shared. So if I go to code editor, is it under shared? I zoomed in on the code editor as well. Hopefully that helps. So he said, as Kyle pointed out, the nav component probably shouldn't be under shared. So if we go to shared, is the nav component there? It is. Okay. Nav item. Yeah, I don't think this belongs here. We're not using the nav we're not using nav anywhere else. I do believe it shouldn't be a shared component. Shared components are typically reserved for things that we use multiple times throughout the websites. So obviously, like the header, and what I mean by that is not that it shows up on every page, because that's kind of reusability at play here. So for instance, our header is just our nav bar, or when you're on mobile, the bar with the hamburger button that if you click it shows up the side nav. That header doesn't appear anywhere in our code except for in the router as like a frame to our all of our containers, which is the cool thing about React. You've got these reusable stuff. And so as a counter to explain what a real shared component should be, like our section component is used we're getting close to 100 uses on our website. So that is definitely a reusable component. School card gets used in 4 different components. The quote banner gets used on 4 different pages. So that's really what defines a component that belongs in the shared components. I don't believe nav does. And he was asking, after these changes, top nav is just a tiny wrapper over nav. Nav could probably be deleted and its significant components moved into... No, you know what? We're going to move on. I really want this change to happen, so hopefully Matt's on. But I'm going to just go ahead and say, you can't see this because I'm not in the browser. Why did that get reduced? I'm not talking strictly because I'm typing exactly what I'm saying, and I multitask very poorly. Well, obviously, I was the one that said it. So yeah, that's a good change to happen. I mean, if we're truly consolidating the nav related components today, let's just get it all done and not touch this ever again. So I guess technically I can say I don't even need to make a review. I am going to assign myself if I'm not already. Cool. So yeah, anybody that checks out this PR that is also like a project manager will see that I've commented. And we're waiting on more work from Matt, but really good stuff. If we didn't already have to consolidate and get rid of those shared components, I would probably be merging this instantly. It's really good code. Okay, let's check out the last two PRs. I told Rick that I don't feel comfortable touching this one, so I'm leaving that to somebody else. So we only have to check this one now, which is kind of funny because I even told him that I was going to be reserving this for the live stream today. I'm going to go back to my terminal because we are going to copy the command line instructions on the website. Don't worry that you can't see it. Let's go ahead and check out this guy's repo. We're going to test to make sure everything he did works. And this is another change that really needs to happen. I just really love open source, man, because you know, everybody within Operation Code is very, very focused on getting content up and out there and all these features. And we're kind of leaving, not that we're leaving behind the dust, but we just kind of consider it less important. But open source, you know, we've got people like Jaehoon or Matthew Zurich that come in and they fix these things and they write beautiful code, and it just makes it easy. And I know that when I'm making the PR for things like Matthew's PR that just happened, I know that when I click that merge button, that we likely won't be touching that nav component again except to add routes, which is a beautiful, beautiful thing. Holy cow, my terminal is very slow. I think I'm going to enter a typo here, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Okay, let's... Oh, man. So I did Command V to paste, and for some reason that's taking forever. Finally pulled. And my development server is going to refresh as quickly as it possibly can. Hey, I don't want to merge. What's going on there? I don't know what happened here. I'm going to force quit. Holy cow. I just can't even do work on this thing. It's crazy. I just closed that tab. I'm going to open a new one. It's crazy to me that my computer just goes so slowly with the streaming. I don't even know what it is. I've got a pretty souped up computer. So if I were to check out my activity monitor, I'm sure that my streaming software is taking up the bulk of my computer's processing power. Wow, I can't even log into my shell. Okay, finally. I'm gonna go back to master. I'm gonna do git pull because we made that change. And let's go ahead and delete the branch that I had just pulled because I messed it up somehow. Interesting. I actually realized you don't need that list flag, which is really funny. You can just type in git branch and it should show you all the links. Okay, I'm just going to copy this and delete it. Cool. Let's try the commands again from GitHub. And hopefully it doesn't tell me to do that weird merge thing. I must have messed up a character or something. I don't know why that would have happened. So again, we're navigating to Jaehoon's merge. This branch will hopefully make it so that footer links, when clicked, go to the top of the web page, because currently, all right, it's just going to have me do this merge for some reason. Sure, whatever. We can go and check out the development server and make sure the functionality works, and we're also going to scan around on the browser and make sure the changes that he made all make sense. It shouldn't be too many code edits. Okay. Yeah, 2 files changed. I imagine not too much going down here. Interesting that a scroll to top component was made. I just wonder if this could have been implemented within the router. I actually don't know what this is. What is React.js? Let's find out. Nope, that's not going to be correct. Is it? Oh, okay, yes. Google Analytics. Why do we need Google Analytics with scroll to top? It's tough because I'm not as much React work as I've done. I don't consider myself a professional, and so I feel wary. I never want to deny anybody's open source contributions, but I feel like, and I'll go to the code here, that instead of putting it in, where is this? So right now he put the code in app.js, so if you go to source, we've got the scroll to top component being used. No, that actually seems correct. You know what, now that I think about it. But if I go to router, let's check it out though, just to clear my head. If we go to home.js, which acts as our router for the home container, the home application, it's a biggin, and this component definitely needs a refactor. There has got to be a better way to render these routes. I mean, for one, these import statements, we should be able to dynamically render all of them. Anyways, that's not here or there. You know what? I think it's definitely correct the way he implemented it, now that I think about it. No, I don't want to save that little edit that I made. We don't even need to be looking at nav. Let me try to explain. Our file structure, the way we've got it organized, is right now, we've got this home page, we've got the static website. Eventually, our file structure is prepared to handle other applications. So within scenes, you may in the future see like a mentorship dashboard or a mentee dashboard, and we also plan on implementing a discourse forum. So those would all be directories in here. If we decided to put it in the router, we would be breaking DRY, and we would have to put the scroll to top in every single one of those components. Instead, with app.js, as the router navigates, every path change will be utilizing the scroll to top component. Assuming, however, assuming that it works. So we're going to go to the browser because we still never checked to see if it even works. But assuming that works, I think we're going to leave it as Jaehoon did it, and it makes sense. So let's go to the bottom, and we'll be able to immediately tell if we click any of these components and it doesn't go to the top of the page. Went to the top of the page. That is a beautiful thing. That's actually an external page. Don't want to open that. Contact, looking good. Also looking good. Actually, what was that? Okay, yep, everything looks good. I'm going to go ahead and approve this. And I'm also going to kind of explain my logic just in case anybody else had the same thoughts. And again, silence because I'm saying what I'm thinking. Just read along and you'll hear my voice. I would also be adding a congratulations if this was this fellow's first contribution, but it is not. But he knows we appreciate his work. And hopefully he's watching the stream since he asked. Anyways, there's that merge. Thank you for your contribution if you are watching. So we have made that merge. We told Matt to go ahead and dissolve the nav component within shared before we make this PR, so we truly have consolidated all the nav related components. So our project management of the front end seems to be done unless there are any issues. Let's go ahead and pop in the notifications. I don't really care to be looking at back-end stuff right now. I know kind of what's going on there, but it's not my responsibility. That's been closed. Thank you, Rick, for doing that. Let's go ahead and check out Holomancer's issue. Yeah, if their image isn't on here, that's problematic. I actually photoshopped all the logos to make sure that they were the same size and stuff, and I don't recognize this logo, so it's likely not on there. Even if the image is not on here, I actually want to go and I know that so we actually have the code schools component, and I'll show you that in the code editor, just so you get another picture of our functionality. If I go to home and go to code schools, and if I go to partner schools, will likely be the opportunity here. Code schools data is what I was looking for. So we've got this Axios request that goes to our backend URL and checks out the code schools API endpoint. If I go back to the browser, that endpoint is generated from data pushed into the backend's repository under the config folder from this file, the code schools YAML file. Now, even if I put an image up of coder camps, cool, it is here. Image is listed. Does this link not work? I was just worried that Holomancer was telling us to put the image up, but not realizing that we don't actually have the code on the back end, but it looks like we're serving up content on the back end. Are they listed as a partner? We don't seem to have that field anyways. Whatever. We'll list them under the partner section. Let's see if this image yields anything. It does. So I actually have made that logo. So the fact that it's not showing up is problematic. I totally thought that. I think there is. There is some kind of way that we check. I'm going to go back to the code editor just to make sure it's not there. And in fact, just in case I don't make any bad moves here. I'm going to go to the terminal, and I'm going to do git checkout master. And then back to our code editor. What does partner schools render based upon? There must be some kind of field. It looks like we just hard code them. So yeah, the issue is not that the image isn't there, but we just need to hard code a result in here. That could get problematic eventually. No, I don't. I feel like we don't change partner schools often enough. The one thought that I had, and maybe I'll bring it up later, is that, you know, if we're going to change our partner schools too often, perhaps we should make it a boolean on the back end within this YAML file that maybe it should be like is partner or something. And that doesn't mean that, you know, if it says is partner false, that doesn't mean like we don't like him. It just means that they don't have some kind of scholarship deal with us. Anyways, I don't think this is actually the first time I've gone in here and have had to make a change. So I think we'll just go ahead and hard code a Coder Camps card. I wonder if we should alphabetically list these, just so we know we're not playing favorites. That's silly. I also don't like this key. Is key required? So am I in the code editor for you guys? I'm in the code editor for sure now. If school card component is rendered for shared, I'm going to go check shared. I want to see if that key component is a required field. I wonder why it was implemented. Nope, it's not even a thing. So I'm going to get rid of that prop because it literally doesn't do anything. Cool, yeah. This is something we can easily fix really quick. I'm going to go to the browser and claim it so nobody else takes it. It is beginner friendly, and I probably could have left it for somebody else, but there's another change that I want to make here. And more importantly, this is high priority because we have a nice deal with Coder Camps, so we don't want to, you know, we want to let them know that we care about making sure their stuff is listed properly. I've assigned myself to it. Let's go ahead. I don't think it belongs under a milestone. It's just a change that we need to make. All right, back to the terminal. Let's make a new branch. Oh wait, no spaces in branch names. Long branch name. Oh well. I probably should have just said fix 319 or whatever. Ugh, I have a problem. We're gonna do that. Let's call this just the number of the issue that Conrad put up, Holomancer. So fix 319. Okay, we're on the right branch. Let's go back to our code editor and make the right changes. Remember, I just said there is not even a key prop, so we can just delete these. And we'll obviously check our development server to make sure it works out. But for now, let's go straight in there. And now I am free to organize these however I want. I'm going to organize it alphabetically. So this one's going to go first. Fun little keyboard shortcut I have. So I'm using VS Code, and I have JetBrains and Sublime text editor key mappings instantiated. And so on my Mac, I do Shift Command up and down, and it moves blocks of code for me without changing the actual content, which is really nice and useful. S before T. This goes after block. Sorry about this. This is pretty, what's the word? This is not petty, but it's just a small little thing that we want to make sure it goes down. This is going to go after Sabio, but before Thinkful. And then once I reorganize these, we'll go ahead and hard code a card for coder camps. What was it? Launch code. Launch goes after flat. Code platoon. Full stack goes after code platoon, after flat iron. We can remove these new lines. And now I'm going to hard code the code camps. That's going to go after block and before code platoon. So school card. Coder camps. What is their URL? I'm in the browser right now, just making sure it's like codercamps.com, making sure I link to their right website. Don't mind the non-action. Oh boy, my browser is very slow. We'll come back to that. I don't know their location either. We do know, however, that this is just coder camps. It is codercamps.com. Looks like they've got multiple locations. And it looks like they also have an online thing. Can't quite tell. Yeah, they do. All right, so we want to say they're online, and then if I look at their locations, it looks like they're also in Seattle and Phoenix. I'm going to check actually in the Slack team. I'm going to PM. Okay, so one of our friends on the Slack team asked why I replaced the key field with alt. Just to be clear, I didn't replace the key field with anything. I just deleted it. I think people made the components initially and had this key field not realizing that our style sheets are automatically made unique by a hash. So it's really complex, but basically we're using this thing called CSS modules. And then let me just show you something more interesting. So I'm not doing anything on my computer right now. I'm explaining why I just removed the key prop from the school card. Firstly, it wasn't actually even in the school card component, so we were trying to render this school card with a non-existent prop. So I deleted it because it's not a thing. But the reason that somebody tried putting in the key prop is probably because they didn't realize that order is just kind of hard-coded as soon as we put it in this order. We don't need to add a position identifier like an index key. The only other reason I could think that people were putting keys in there is to make sure that style sheets were rendered properly, but these are all class names, so everybody has the same style applied depending on their class. And even then, some people, I believe, were trying to make components with a key prop, thinking that our class names may not be unique on our style sheets. But having imported CSS modules, it actually adds like a hash so that every class name, even if you name the hash identically all across the website, which is a bad idea, obviously, but even if you do that, all of them will be unique because it'll have like this series of letters, numbers, and symbols after an underscore to make sure that it's uniquely set up. And then Seth asked if I could talk about state. Yeah, we can go ahead and talk about that later. My goal is to implement a static page, so I can show where Redux is currently being used in our page. I don't have the best grasp of state within React. I only just figured out Vue pretty well, but we'll go ahead and touch on that later. But let's focus on finishing this issue from Conrad. I think I explained why we got rid of key well enough. And my next thing that I was going to do is I was going to go into OC projects and message Conrad really quick. Okay, so the question I asked him, hey Conrad, for that issue, is it a specific location that got the scholarship, or would you like me to list all of them? And the reason I ask is because we're kind of improperly using this school address field. It's meant to either display, and honestly we should make this clearer with these props, but again, we're kind of moving on and forward because we'd rather have content than going in to refactor these minor things. But it's not really clearly stated, but unless it's one exact physical location where we render it like this, it could be online, or it could be online and in a single city, in which we render it like this, or it could be online only, in which we render it like this. But we have not yet had to do a situation. Oh, yeah, I guess we have. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it like this for now, because it looks like that's the kind of standard that we stuck with. And I'm going to go ahead and alphabetically list these for no real good reason. So yeah, Conrad's pretty active, so I'm hoping he responds soon. But we'll leave it like that. I'm checking out Slack to see if he's responding. He hasn't responded. I will check to make sure that it rendered properly. Let's go to the browser. We can go to Code Schools, and we will know that this works if Coder Camps is listed under here, and it's not. Okay, that's not good. I wonder why that is. My development server is still rendering everything properly. There we go. That was weird that it wasn't showing up, but we're good to go now. So as long as Holomancer confirms that we're good to go, I can make that PR. I'll go ahead and make the PR and say that it's blocked by Conrad's input, and that way we can move on to the other page that I wanted to do. I'm going to go to the terminal so you can see my version control on this. right. I'm gonna go ahead and make a log. I didn't do -m because it's gonna be a longer message because I did a bunch of little tiny things. But the main point that I did is add coder camps to partner school section. Additionally, I did the following. And that should do it. Didn't need that branch, so I deleted it. This branch is done. Now we can make the pull request. I'm going to go back to the browser for y'all. I think I'm showing you the browser, but just in case. 318 or 319? Yeah, that one. And that should do it. I'll add Holomancer as a reviewer. Cool. That issue has been made, and I can go ahead and get off this branch. Oh, he answered me on Slack, so I can go ahead and remove this comment. And so he should be coming in here soon, and he'll approve and merge. Cool. Already made some good progress today. I'm going to go ahead and take a break and collect myself so I'm not flailing about as I organize my next moves. I'll see you on the flip side. Alright, y'all, I have planned my attack vector. We're going to go ahead and tackle a few issues. And once we've tackled those issues, I am likely going to get lunch. I might do it in between tackling the issues. Take a long break. And the end of the day, I think I will prattle on about Redux and dealing with state in this project. But that will likely be in a few hours. So I don't know if you'll even be here when we talk about that. For now, though, as you can see in the browser, I have a few tabs open. I do believe this has actually already been taken care of and wasn't referenced or merged properly. Yeah, so I'm going to close this issue and say fixed in 284. I don't know why I didn't get connected, but this one's done, which is good. We had before, you can see the screenshot, that frequently asked questions had like links inside them and they weren't rendering properly. If I go to, I'm going to master on my terminal so that my dev server reloads, and I'll show you that the FAQ does indeed load properly now. Yeah, so that's done. Good to go there. Remember that I already had, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. We can close that. So these are the issues that I'm assigned that I took on. I have a branch called add press page, but I have unassigned myself from press because I spoke with Rick about a week ago about it, and we decided to split up press and what I had in my wireframe, and we called what I had in my wireframe media. And so I assigned myself this media issue. It's kind of like a place where we just show pictures and videos and describe how different media representatives can describe us or get in touch with us and give them content to work with on their articles. And then on top of that, I mean, obviously we already tackled this one. As long as that issue, that PR gets pulled, this will get closed. We're going to tackle this one as well. It's pretty tiny, but that'll be in a separate branch. Lastly, the one that I want to get into is actually these contact page design adjustments. So back in that add press page, I knew that there was content that I added that wasn't related, and so that's why I saved it. We're actually not going to use it anyways. I'm just kind of going to open this branch, this page, to see the changes that I made and instantiate them. So I'm going to show you my terminal. Let's go ahead and do git checkout b fix, or let's say just resolve number 279. So that branch has been made, and then we're going to go ahead and dive in there. It already went. So showing you the browser again. The changes we need to make are into the contact style sheets and the contact page itself. So let's go to the code editor. I'm going to go to contact. That's right there. I'm going to open the JS file and the CSS file. So on the style sheets, it looks like the changes we made were pretty hefty. I'm going to just go ahead and view the file changes itself so I don't have to see these differences. I'm going to go ahead and move the contact so it just reloads once you make the change. I'm still looking at my text editor, so you didn't see that anyways. Okay, so I'm looking on the browser at the changes that I made on that old branch, and I'm just going to kind of make them here. Ideally, we do need those still, but we're going to get rid of this and add this code. Although we already have it here, so maybe I meant to just, I think I just moved it because I like having actual elements referenced above class names. And then this is a new change, actually. I'm continuing on the browser just to make sure everything's the same. Columns, text align center. This is a weird style sheet. It doesn't look, it looks very strange with these non-uniform numbers because it is very strange. Essentially, the icons that I'm using aren't all unified size. That's one reason why I don't like Font Awesome, but we're not going to get into that. Style sheet changes have been made. Let's go to contact. I'm going to go back in the browser to look at the, or let's go to the contact.js page on the text editor, which I did. I'm now loading the contact.js changes that I made on that branch so I can just kind of look at them and make the changes that I need to. So line 12. So I'm going to rename this center text. And 1, 2, that should be the only changes. So let's go ahead and do an all replace and call it center text. And I did that because I'm also going to apply it to this paragraph section, except it's not a column, so that would be poor naming. So now we can just do class name equals styles dot center text. And it also still makes sense within here, right? You know, we've got this flex container within these columns. And I can just add some notes too. I can say, in JSX, you have to wrap notes in curly braces. I'm going to say columns, whatever. Cool, we got that note. Center text got added, so now this paragraph gets centered. And I'm going to copy this changed content that we have. Whoops, that didn't work. Let's try again. Cool. Those changes have been made. Let's go ahead and check our browser. Make sure that they look nice. All right, looks like the changes work fine. I'm going to test this on my phone really quick. You guys won't be able to see that, unfortunately, but the nice thing about having local servers and modern web development is it actually hosts the content on your Wi-Fi connection. So I can quickly load up the web page, and I'm scrolling to my phone, and I'll go to the contact section. Looks good. Cool. Mark off that ticket, and I'm going to make the PR. Actually, let's go to version control and push the changes that we just made. Git status. I have git st as a short for git status, and I'm actually starting to use this GSB, which is an alias for a short flagged git status. But I don't like using that because people would always be like, "What the hell is GSB? What are you doing, Kyle?" Don't want to explain all the aliases I have, so I just typically write the full command. So let's add the changes that we made. And we'll reference the issue in our Git because that's we contained our changes pretty nicely. So we can just say fix number 279, contact page design adjustments. Git push u origin resolve 279. So now I've pushed that branch to our remote, and I can show you the browser. And I'm going to make a new pull request referencing that issue. Knocking issues out left and right today. Nope, that's not the branch I want. I want this one. Cool. Everything looks good to me. Yep, cool. Cool. That should do it. Okay, so we can now just kind of close these tabs. Somebody will review that in time. I already closed this, thanks to Seth. I can close that tab. I can refresh this page and see the issues I've now got available. It should still show this because I've referenced it, but should be good to go there. I'm going to tackle this because it should be pretty small. Although at the same time, we're really running into another issue that I haven't assigned because I haven't been able to fix it. But our footer on mobile is stupid. It seems like the text gets chopped off at the bottom, and for some reason, padding doesn't seem to work on mobile in the footer. And if I add another link, I'm certain that it's going to cause problems on mobile. But let's tackle it anyways because I know the work is going to be small. And again, we've already tackled these. So we only have 2 issues left today before we can start talking about Redux. This one's going to take a little bit longer, but shouldn't be too big of a deal. The only unique things I need to look on the Create Media page is I need to look how to embed photos and, or not photos, I need to look how to embed videos. Anyways, let's go ahead and open this issue, close that tab. I'm going to go to my terminal and I'm going to do git checkout master, and then I'm going to make git branch, or git checkout rather. I'm going to do the B flag, which means make a new branch to check out to. And I'm going to say add reference, add Amazon Smile reference, whatever. Since these are going to have multiple different commits, I didn't want to name it after the issue. We're just going to have to reference the issue when we make the PR, the pull request. So anyways, I'm on the right branch. I don't need git C. I cleared my screen. Again, C is an alias for clear. I'm going to show you the browser if you're not already being shown it. So Operation Kodak obviously needs money to support its ongoing efforts on the Hill. And one of the ways that we get revenue is by having a Smile contribution. So instead of going to Amazon.com, I always go to smile.amazon.com when I make purchases. For instance, I bought a 6-month subscription to Monster energy drink packages shipping, and I purchased it on here. So as you can see, it kind of shows how much money I've donated. It's not too much, but even, you know, every penny counts. So, and if we've got 1,000 people doing this, it ends up adding up. And we're not going to be able to generate as much money if we don't reference it on the website. So we talked about it, and people agreed. So our decision was to link About Smile in the footer, and also to reference our Amazon Smile ability in the About page somewhere. So let's go to the text editor. I'm going to check on Slack in case nobody's talking to me. No, good to go. Text editor, we can close contact. So let's go ahead and do this in the footer first. So it should be right here, footer.js. And let's go ahead and do another external link right here. And we're going to say, I'm in the browser right now copying the link that David Molina put up linking our Smile page. We're going to put that right here. I found out that target_blank makes sure that we force a new tab open, and rel no opener no referrer is a way to protect ourselves from some kind of cross-scripting attack. You can look that up if you'd like to. So we'll just call that Amazon Smile. Sounds good enough to me. I'm going to go ahead and uncomment this because I'm going to go ahead and take about out of our header. No, I think that should be. I'm just going to delete this line because it's referenced in our header, and I think it should belong there under a drop-down. I think people do quickly want to care about finding out who we are as an organization. Whereas if I go to like other websites, it's common practice to put the about page in the footer for a lot of websites, where people don't really care about like the message; they care more about the product or service. I think as a nonprofit organization that has a lot of different programs, people will likely want to go to the about page, and I deleted that comment just because we already have it in the header, and if people disagree with me, if it eventually gets put in the footer, that's fine. But for now, I don't want that note in there because this note now remains true for the links that are still here. Okay, so I made the change in the footer, so now is a good chance to go to version control, keep it very contained. And let's do git commit, add Amazon Smile reference to footer, git push u origin, ooh, not origin, whatever that was. Cool, now we've pushed the branch to remote, and so the next time I do a git push, I can just do git push. So our git status should be clean now. Cool, I'm gonna press C to do a clear on my console. I'm gonna go back to the text editor, and delete this. Let me make sure the changes got made there. They did. Okay, cool. That was weird that it told me I needed to save stuff. Okay, footer's handled. Let's go to the about page. Not only am I going to tackle issue 310 with Amazon Smile link reference, I'm also going to do this to do right now. We're changing some content in this about page, and we want to reference some pages that aren't even, getting talked about. And I think by doing this, I can actually remove team and FAQ from the footer. I am going to reference these in the about, but I don't think I'm going to remove these from the footer, but I am going to talk about that in the OC Projects channel to see what people think about it, because our footer and our header are getting crowded. Today, I do think I'll be implementing a drop-down in the header, so that will solve that problem, hopefully. But we do need to just make sure we get some unified opinion on how, on what routes should be listed in both header and footer. But I am, for now, going to link these references in the page. But let's not get too sidetracked. I'm going to make that a separate issue. Let's keep the lead minimum. For now, we're tackling 310, which is reference Amazon Smile link somewhere in here. So I'm going to make a section. So let's think about this. I'm going to show you the browser. We're going to go to the About page. And we're going to check out the About route. This is what the page currently looks like. We've got core values, our section on talking about the military. It looks like a nice page. It's mobile responsive. There's no issues on this page right now. I believe the best way to reference Amazon Smile and potentially all these other future things is by making a new section. And I want to kind of think about how we should do this. We don't have any wireframes on this one, so I'm just kind of wing it on this one, and that's one fun aspect of working on operation code is everybody's kind of controlling their own code. So I really feel like I get to make my own moves on this one. I'm trying to think here. I could make a section and call it we don't want to do contribute because that's going to be a separate page route. The things I want to reference are history, fact, contact, and team. The other thing that we could do is we could make the mission. We don't want to. No, we don't want to. We don't want to boil down the mission paragraph because that's kind of described probably like in our business papers. That's probably something that was defined a long time ago. So we don't want to muddle that with other content. You know what we don't have? We have this about page, but the first section is called mission. That's actually kind of confusing. So what we're going to do instead, we're going to make an about section at the top here, okay? And in that about section, we're just kind of going to ramble on about the organization, its programs, and we're going to reference all links in the code. That's what we're going to do. The second question, now that we have this about section up top here, the second thing I want to ask is how best to display that. Should it just be one big paragraph? And I'm leaning towards yes, because I think we can reference everything relatively quickly in that manner. Yeah, I'm going to do that for now. Eventually, maybe there might be some kind of like column-based system that makes it nice and pretty with icons, because this is kind of, it ends up being boring pages when we just have paragraphs and sections. But for minimum viable product and to not upset anybody with the way that we just, display stuff, I'm just going to make it a paragraph for now. The first thing we need to do is I'm going to go back into the about code, and I'm going to make a new section. The title is going to be about, and I'm actually going to rotate the themes here, kind of scrunch them all down. If we don't list the theme prop, it defaults to gray. Cool. So we've got that going down, and then I'll make a paragraph. Okay, we've got that section done now. So now this is gray, and we want this to be white. I'm going to copy this. Who we serve is going to be white, and then we're going to get rid of this, and I want to see what that looks like first. So back into our browser. I forgot how long this takes. Let's just jump back on the code editor while that's loading. Okay. I never want to provide you guys silence, but I don't think I can I think it'll be a lot faster if I just kind of think silently about what this content will be. And just kind of imagine stuff on the spot. If somebody comes to this about page, Is congresswoman not a word? Yeah, it's a word. You sexist piece of crap, VS Code. Oh man, I can't even. Wow, that's savage. Can't even add a definition. Oh boy. Okay, well, that's a word. Spell check is not working there. So we work directly with. My cat's mad at me. Or she's just telling me I don't need this sentence because we don't need to defend that. That's negative. We have our pushing code. Strive to provide an efficient way into a tech career. For veterans, family members, veteran spouses, and sure, and families. Directly with senators, congressmen, and congresswomen to allow veterans total control of their future using the GI Bill and by the use of the GI Bill on cutting boot camps. So, and then here's a good spot to reference. You can read about our organization's history here. And a link, I actually want to import the link component. So if you do internal link references, you want to use the link component. I believe it's from React Router. I might have to check that. Let me go to a component that actually has the link component being utilized. What should be using it? The footer definitely uses the link component. Let's see how it was imported. Okay, like this. React Router DOM. So I was close. Okay, now I've got the link component reference, so I can say link to, and then actually I want to go back and check one last time, like how the link is used. Okay, slash page name, cool. So history. Nope. And then apostrophe. What? No, that's a word. What the hell? Organizations. Yeah, I didn't spell that wrong. Okay. So that was a good place to put that, I think. Sorry about this slow content. Feel free to come back at any point if you don't want to watch this happen. And then here's a good spot to link to team. I'm uncapitalizing these job titles. I don't think we need. Cool. So now we've referenced team and fact, or team and history. I think now is a good time to make a line break. Keep this readable. I guess I don't need this actually. And then I say I don't know if I need this one either. Gosh. Okay. I think this could be broken up even more, actually. I have to find a place where I believe Code Schools has it, where heading lines aren't even used. Yeah, like this. That is what I want on this one. And let's go ahead and say again, sorry for the silence. I'm just trying to spit this content out here. I believe we're going to need content for the media page as well. But for that, I'm just going to do lorem ipsum. And I can end the stream before I just kind of spit out the content. So hopefully this kind of stuff won't continue to happen. But this is very important that we expand upon the about page. I'm going to save this, and we can kind of see how it's looking as like a little status update. Make sure it's appearing as we would want it to appear. Still not quite loading, but as soon as the development server loads, I will be able to show you that. Wow, still loading. I think technically this is supposed to go up here. And then I can actually do it again. Oh boy, that's going to take a while, isn't it? What is this error? Oh, expected indentation. Fine. Cool. All right. Well, it's taking forever to load, but I think we're doing this correctly now. Nope, I'm kind of, you know what? Shoot, guys. I'm really sorry for backtracking on this. I'm trying to do too much. I'm going to just kind of put this all back into content, that original paragraph, because I'm realizing that these sections are all styled, are all with 100%, which shouldn't matter, but I'm going to have to end up diving into style sheets and making sure that the container is a flex box. I don't want to do that right now. And now I can bring in that link on that issue again from David. I don't know if any of you guys are listening or watching, but I'm going to talk when I can. And then I'm going to open that footer to see the way that those tabs were opened. And just kind of copy paste that. Cool. Cool. Okay. So I've kind of got like about, like this is our main purpose, here are some services, and here's how to find out more information or to help us. I can get rid of this section. And then is that all we want to talk about? For now, yes. Then this looks good. Unfortunately, we know that my development server takes forever to load. Got an error here. Why is it an error? What? That's not an HTML entity. That is so interesting. Maybe we have to, I don't know, maybe we have to do this for some reason. I'm just going to do it. Looks nicer anyways. Cool. Yeah, I don't know why I've got these trailing spaces not allowed. There is no trailing space. Oh boy, my linter is not capable of handling this, I guess. Perhaps it's just like the low computational power I've got going down with the stream. Anyways, my development server will take forever for some reason to port this, so I guess take a bathroom break or something. I'm going to go ahead and put us on hold, and I'll be right back. All right, so that was actually kind of funny. My linter still shows it as an error. That is definitely my computer processor slowing down. But the linter in my compiler was still giving me issues, and I realized I am not allowed to use escaping characters like quotes and apostrophes inside of HTML elements within JSX. So I looked up the HTML characters and put them in there, and now it compiles so I can show you the browser. And here's what we've got so far. I'm happy with it. We've linked both Amazon Smile to the footer and the About page, and we also accomplished all the to-do tasks. So I think now we can go to version control, commit what we've got. Let's check out what we've got exactly. Git add all, git commit. And I'm going to make it a full message again because we did a lot more than just, add our Amazon Smile reference, but that will be the main header. And after having done this on GitHub, I noticed that it doesn't actually, it titles the commit that, but it doesn't actually put it in the paragraph describing. And I just realized as I was typing this that I forgot to bring in, it wasn't actually listed as a to-do, but I mentally made a note of it. We have a page for the gala, and I'm going to go ahead and bring that in because it's not referenced anywhere on the website actually. Cool, looks good. So I can push that, and I'm going to go back to the code editor. Okay, and now back to version control. I have also added the gala. I can do a git push. We can go ahead and go to the browser and let's resolve this issue. Actually, I want to check the compiled code, make sure it looks fine. Looks good to me. Cool. Looks a little scrunched up, but my screen's pretty large. You know, if we condense it to like laptop size, everything seems like this is formatted well enough and people can be able to read it nice and cleanly. Why does the mission section have so much space? It must be like a minimum width. That's fine. We'll eventually make it bigger. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. That's fine. Okay. No more scope bleed. Let's go ahead and make a pull request. Reference, I'm going to mentally note number issue 310. Master and Amazon Smile reference. Create pull request. On my terminal, you heard some keystrokes on my terminal. I typed in git log-3 to see all of my commits. -3 just says the last 3 commits, and I know I only did 3, but I'm looking at my log just to make sure I can describe my changes nicely. I can say okay, and then we say fixes 310, and I can make the PR. Cool, cool, cool. Cool. All right, done with that one. We are really knocking out issues. Now let's go to the last issue for the day before we talk about some Redux. This one, again, I'm not going to be doing content this time. I am sorry about that. I just knew that it needed to get done right then and there. Let's go to the issue first. So this time I do have to add content, but I'm going to do that later. For now, you can kind of get the picture of the content right up front. So I'm just going to do lorem ipsum and add the content off stream so I don't waste any time if you are still watching. So I'm on GitHub. Let's go to, why can I not think? I want to go to issues, and I want to go to my issues, and I want to do create media page. Okay, so here are the things that I want to do. I want to make a media page. I'm going to need to edit the header to potentially have a drop-down component. This actually might be kind of tough. But you know that's why we're streaming. You get to see what my thought process is, and if you're learning about React, how to solve problems in React. And then we've got the wireframe, which I designed. I don't have a mobile version, but it should. I know it's, I'm the one designing it. I know how I want it to look. Essentially, it's just going to be a bunch of Flex containers, and the mobile version will just kind of merge these columns, like these 3 into one column and these 2 into one column. And that's all. Ignore the fact that it says press. It's going to be called media. And let's go to version control. Get off this branch. By the way, I don't know if any of you were thinking about this. The reason I don't make a branch directly from the add Amazon Smile reference branch is because then it would be considered kind of like a patch to that branch. Instead, all these branches should stem off master because they're all related. to the source code. They're not blocked, or nor do they rely upon other branches. So let's make the new branch. Git checkout with the new branch flag. I'm allowing my terminal to catch up to my keystrokes. Add media page. Okay, so we're on that. I'm going to do C for clear to clear my console. And I'm now going to go to the code editor. And I'm going to show you kind of the process that we need to go through to generate a new page. So first and foremost, let's go ahead and make a new folder. We're going to call it media. Under media, we're going to create a media.js and a media.css file. Oh, that was a file. We don't want a file. We want a new folder called media. Under home, new folder, media. Under the media, we want to do a media.js, and we want to make a media CSS. Under media.js, so I've got these. I've got this cool VS Code plugin called JSX snippets or React snippets. So I know this is going to be a pretty traditional. Okay, it's just not showing up. I know there's going to be a traditional component that we're making here. So I'm going to go ahead and make it this. Make sure we're not gonna have prop types in media. So I think we can just do this maybe. Ah, gosh darn it. My auto dropdown, my auto suggestions aren't showing up, which is kind of annoying. But I do want to show you this. So I'm going to go to React snippets and find the one that I want because my auto dropdown isn't working. So yeah, as you can see, like basically when you type these characters, it should show some kind of dropdown. So what we want is something without props and without state. Stateless component with props, stateless component skeleton. I believe RSC is what we're looking for actually. No, we want class component. So RCC is what we want, I think. Yep, that's what we want. We're going to call it media. So yeah, that's pretty cool that we have that. It just kind of does the boilerplate that we need for these components. And if we were making an extendable component or a state component that relies upon state, then we would, we would use the other commands like RCCP, which does prop types, or RCSP, whatever. You know what it is. Usually, I think this is because I'm streaming and my processing power is pretty slow for some reason, but it's typically a pretty awesome plugin. Like the dropdown will just show up immediately after I type 3 characters if the first letters are, and it allows me to quickly kind of make a boilerplate for my component. So I highly recommend the React snippets if you don't already have it on your text editor. It is likely not only within VS Code, and it's likely also available on Atom or Sublime Text if you use those. Yeah. So let's go ahead and glance at the wireframe. I'm trying to show you my eye movement. So I'm going to go and look at the wireframe, and we are generating this page. So I know that I want to import the section component, and we're likely going to have to create a component that can quickly display photos and videos in the manner that we want them to. But for now, let's generate the skeleton. The skeleton is going to look like this press section with a 3-column section below it. And then there's going to be a new gray section. And that section is going to contain 2 sections side by side called videos and photos. And those sections are not going to have header lines. But the content itself within videos and photos, we're going to likely create a reusable component because I can imagine the need for us to display photos and videos in this kind of format on other pages, potentially. So, we know what we want kind of. Let's go to the text editor. We're going to want to import the section component. Even my, wow, that's really disappointing. Even my file path IntelliSense isn't working. And unfortunately, I don't have memorized how to reference these. Oh boy. Cool, we've referenced that. I'm going to do section wow. I may actually restart VS Code. It looks like all my plugins are no longer working. Like I didn't have auto tag remove. Let's go ahead and reload. Nope, not an option. Okay, I'm just gonna command quit the code editor. Sorry about that, guys and girls. And I'm gonna need to fix this. In OBS, it's showing the dead window, so I wanna make sure now it shows my new window. Okay. What is going on here? There we go. Okay, back in action. Cool, there we go. All right. Hopefully the IntelliSense work. If it doesn't, I'm just going to keep coding along. We want another section. Okay, it works, it's just slow. And we want to say title equals you know what? It's going to be blank, obviously, because we need to move this section into like a 2-section component. Title equals this, and then heading lines equals false. That looks right so far. And then the theme is gray by default. And now we can say div class name equals styles dot, what do we call this? Flex container. Cool. And that means also that we have to do this. And that's CSS modules at work. And that also means we got to do this. And I can probably grab it from our contact page, because I know I used it there. Cool. That should work. And then in the media section, we're going to do a lorem ipsum cool, and then And I'm kind of copying based off of our wireframe. And so let's see if this works out okay. I want to see if the section component works within a Flex container to like automatically display like a 3-column setup. Let's find out. Title equals code schools. Potential partners and media outlets. And then we'll just do some more lorem ipsum. Okay, and then we'll copy this into each of these. Okay, let's see how this works. Okay. Shouldn't take too long to render. If we go to media. Well, that's awkward. I actually know exactly why that's going down, and this is good. I forgot to show you the rest of generating the page. So sure, we made this content, but it's actually not linked anywhere. So I'm gonna make that save. That save. So we've got the media component that we want to use. Now what we need to do with our system, and again, I referenced earlier that this file definitely needs some refactoring. But for now, we're just gonna keep coding along. Media. So now we've got this media component, and now we need to link it within the router.
Something's wrong with the what happened?
Hold on 1 second, I guess, guys.
I'm sorry.
Oh. Never mind. So where was I? Sorry, my roommate came in. He left his cat behind, and he wants to know why the cat's crying, and I don't know. Okay. I don't think this matters where it goes. I'm going to put it under the About page. We're going to call it Media, and it's going to be linked by the Media component. And we said we wanted to put it in the header, but that's going to be a little more complex than just throwing it into the header. I'll show you what I mean by that. If we try to put this into... Oh, and additionally, I might not even link this in the header until that other PR is... until Matthew merges that other PR, because that's going to be some kind of code spaghetti. So I may make a separate issue for making the top down, and that's fine. So we'll deal with that later. But now that we've got the page properly, that was all we needed to do is reference it within the router, which is home.js. I'm going to show you the browser now. Okay, and then we want media. Should work now. And then, yeah, basically the logic there is if you need okay, so we know this doesn't work. I was worried that this might be happening. And obviously somewhere we're using a quote that we shouldn't be. Line 36. Okay, just because we don't have content here. Okay. That was just because we didn't have content within this div, so I added this little thing so we don't get an error. So that's what I was worried about. I was bemoaning it in another aspect of this video like an hour or two ago about how I don't think, so the section component being auto would have solved this problem, but it doesn't allow our section components to work on the home page if they have a background image. I know how auto and section 100% work pretty well. And honestly, we likely will be able to get this to work with our Flex container. I'm going to leave theme at gray right now because it makes it really crystal clear where these components are. If you can see, I'll show you on the browser what I'm talking about. Like, obviously, we can see if I change the background theme to white, which it will eventually be, I wouldn't be able to really tell exactly where the component lines end and stuff. But, you know, with the theme as gray, we don't need to be able to see this. I'll have to come to the inspector a lot less to kind of check out what's going on. Back to the code editor. Let's see if I can make this work with the Flex container. Actually, I'm just going to do the changes in the browser with the inspector so that we don't have to wait for hot reload to work because it's taking so long. But yeah, so let's go to the Flex container. Let's kind of experiment here. So I don't think we want the Flex container to be, no, 80% is fine. The other thing I need to do is I need to get rid of these heading lines from that component. Hey, look at that. Cool. If I get rid of flex flow, it seems to work okay. And that's almost desired behavior, but we may not want to use a section component strictly because these render as H2s, which are very large. And I don't, you know what, we might be able to target those. I think in the CSS, I was worried that the class name, you know, obviously you can tell these class names are very freaking unique. But we should be able to target it because we have a Flex container that doesn't have a very unique name. And we can just say like H2 components underneath that. And we can change their style sheet. Alternatively, we're using this column structure pretty often. I don't want to get into making like expendable components. So I think I'm just going to hard code this for now, but after the stream, I will likely be converting whatever 3-column structure we do here into a reusable component because we've already done this 3-column structure like 4 or 5 times now on our website. So the need for a reusable 3-column component is very prevalent. For now, I'm going to ditch this section style just because it uses an H2. And while I could just change the font size to the H2, I think that actually ruins web accessibility, and also it doesn't really follow HTML protocol. We shouldn't just like change our H2 size. We should use a smaller header like an H6 or an H5. So yeah, back to our code editor, because we know the changes we want to make are not going to be easy to do in the inspection tool. Don't want that there. Also, don't want to do this. Let's go ahead and change this to 90% instead. And we found out if we got rid of this line, it works for the section component, but I believe that line is correct as is. And instead, I'm just not going to use these section components. So let's go ahead and bail out on these. We will change this to be let's try H4. Potential partners. Okay, and then what we want to do is we want to do div class name equals styles dot column. And we can go ahead and align these all together. And we'll do this. And goodness. Let me try it. Let me see if Emmet works. Emmet's a cool little plugin. That I don't know how to use. I think it's this. Yeah, okay, that works. Cool. Okay, and then okay, I'm going to try this one last time because Emmet is pretty fun if you know how to use it right. I used to have the Emmet flow pretty down when I was doing lots of HTML, and then I gave up on it with JavaScript because there's lots of weird little things that go down. So let's say, yeah, no, I can't really use Emmet because I don't know if class names works. I know you can do class pretty easy, but anyways. Sorry that I keep on redoing this. This should be the last time, so I don't need to rewrite that. Cool. Column, and then I think for column we can just do text align center for now, like we had in contact.css. As my container, as my development server refreshes, I'm gonna take a little breather here, talk to my roommate, and I'll be right back. This should be like a minute or two. Sorry for the delay, guys. I didn't realize I was muted. Sorry about that. Okay, so what I was basically saying there, yeah, sorry about that, Amber. What I was supposed to be doing there is I was messing around with the column system, and I tried 33% on the width of the flex items, hoping that it would span, a third of the screen. Width percentage-wise actually corresponds to the width of the available space, and we're giving it 100% of the screen space. And so there's padding that's going down on this section that is preventing it from taking 33% of this space. It's a complex system, but I decided pretty much that I don't want to use a percentage-based system because we've got padding going on, and that might not work out too well. Instead, I think, if we do it 300 pixels, let's try 350 pixels. And after I do 350 pixels, obviously that's gonna work out okay on this screen. It's pretty large. What I want to do though is I want to take this to my laptop. You guys are not going to be able to follow it, unfortunately. Sorry about that. So it doesn't look that great on mobile. I think I'm going to solve this with media queries though instead of setting it to 350 and have them, or setting it to a smaller pixel size and then have them look really scrunched up on a large screen. So we're going to fix that with media queries. So let's go ahead and jump back to the code editor. We're going to go to style sheets. We're going to set width of columns to be 350 pixels. And then we're going to do a media query. Let's try 1000 and 1020 pixels, 1280. No. What are the key media? Sometimes I have to look this up, and I advise you guys do as well. But there are key media query size. Usually on the famous CSS website, they have kind of like the popular ones kind of displayed. Huh, I expected that CS website to be there. Let's type in CSS, see if it shows up. CSS tricks. Yeah, that's what I kind of go to. Nope, I don't want it in Sass though, but I do want to do CSS tricks media queries. And hopefully it'll show up the article that I'm familiar with looking up. Yeah, this is the one I was already go to quite a bit. So this one kind of has like pretty popular media queries position points. So I'm going to shoot for laptops because that's pretty much the problem child that I want to prevent. So it looks like 1200. Yeah, so I was right with 1280, I think, actually. So I'm going to go back to the code editor. And let's do 1280 pixels. And now, so basically what this media query means that if the device you're looking at this website on is 1280 pixels or smaller, we're going to do a change to our style sheet, specifically to our class name called column. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to override the width, and we're going to do, instead we're going to do 300 pixels. And what's good about that is that even despite having, we I was gonna say that we have these other, we've got padding going on the left and right for 30 pixels between these columns, which means, at minimum, even if it's a one column setup, we're gonna have 60 pixels of padding on each side. And I know for a fact that the iPhone 5, or I guess I don't know for a fact off the top of my head, I think that it's 300 pixels, 350 pixels in width. I'm looking that up on that media query. iPhone 4. Okay, so 320 pixels is the smallest size we want to prepare for. So as we go down to 400 and let's say, what's iPhone 6? iPhone 6 is 375, and iPhone 6 Plus is 414. Sure, let's go for iPhone 414. So we're going to do another media query, and we're going to copy this one, and we're going to say, so if you have 414 pixels, hey CJ, can you close the door? So yeah, if we get to 414 pixels or smaller, and I'm going to make sure that I cap this off by adding a min width, so that now this earlier immediate query is going to say if you are between 415 pixels and 1280 pixels, you're going to do that. But if we are 414 or less, we're going to set width to 250 pixels instead. And we're going to be able to kind of test the responsiveness of this. I'm reloading the website so that the dev server is going to load, but we know how long that takes with my computer being taxed by the streaming. So just gonna kind of wait patiently here for this one. All right, so it's loaded up finally, so I can show you guys the browser, and here's what we've got going down. Looks nice, and we can see as we make the width smaller that the column sizes kind of react exactly how we want them to. Perfect. That is the behavior that we're looking for. The only thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to add some new lines between before and after this this header 6 tag. So let's go back. And we can do that without trying to like add any kind of padding. We can just do a line break. The HTML element for that is this. Whoa. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. All right. I'm going to save that. I'm pretty sure that'll render as I want it to, so we don't need to go back and look back. Looking at the wireframe, we have definitely gotten to a place where that section should be pretty much done. Now we're going to move on to, and you should still be in the code editor, sweet. Now we're going to move on to getting sure that this content section is done. Actually, you know what, the screen rendered and it's not really enough, so I'm going to go ahead and add another one. Okay, so we're done with the media section. Now we want to try to display, we pretty much want to display 2 columns, one for videos and one for photos. Photos are easy enough to display, but I've actually never embedded a video on a website before, so we're going to have to research that together. I'm going to try to save that for last so we get as much content done as possible. And again, we're not working with a lot of concepts on our development right now. React can get pretty complex with rendering dynamic websites, but right now we're just doing kind of a static web page that's not really data-driven, so it ends up kind of looking like a weird HTML. And that's fine because the reason I'm streaming is for beginners to kind of figure out the basics of it. And if I tried explaining state right now, they would probably turn the stream off. All right, so what do we want it to look like? We kind of want this column set up again. So I'm going to kind of copy paste this. What we don't want, however, is we don't want 3 columns. We just want 2. And I don't know if you remember me talking about it, but we're gonna eventually want this kind of column container set up to be a reusable component because we use it everywhere on our page. And thinking ahead as I'm kind of like coding and implementing this, I know for a fact that we're gonna have a problem because I'm doing 2 columns, but I'm restricting their size pretty heavily with the style sheets that we had. If I have a 2-column setup and I'm only doing 350 pixels, there's going to be a lot of space in the left and right. So I'm just making a mental note. The reason I'm talking about this is because when I do make that reusable component off the stream, it's just something to keep in mind when you're using React. We know that this needs to be reusable, and we know that as your column sizes change, we want to be able to instantiate this kind of responsive width of the columns. So I know that I'm going to want to pass width as a prop, or I'm going to have to calculate it based off the number of columns within the Flex container once I make that reusable component. For now, we're going to just kind of focus on MVP. For now, we're going to change the names of these classes so that we don't have any kind of overlay. So let's say 3-column. I actually think column has 1 L also, might be. And then we're going to call this 2-column. And let's go to media. And now we can say 2-column, 2-column, 2-column. And then we can also say 3-column, or might be, we want 3-column. So now we want to make the style sheets for the 3-column. And if we have a 2-column system, I think, and we always want to kind of base style sheets off of kind of like 1280, like with 1280 pixels in mind, even if it's a large screen. So if we have a 2-column system, I'm thinking 500 pixels is plenty large. So let's do let's bring it up to 550. We're going to keep this responsive. So in here, we can kind of do some mental math. We cut out, if this is 350 and we cut out 50 pixels, what if we can actually do math here really quick? Yeah. But yeah, so 5 times 7 is 350 and 5 times 6 is 300. So I'd say we cut out like 17% or so. We can kind of figure that out. 15%. So I'm gonna kind of calculate what 800, what 500, what 15% of 550 is, and we're gonna cut that out. That's about 80 pixels. So in here, we're gonna cut out 80 pixels. We're gonna do 470. And then I want to indent that properly. And let's go ahead and bring it down here as well. And from here to here, we cut out another 250 pixels, but that was from 300. So 250 divided by 300 is 83. So we cut out 17% on that second move. So we want to look at what 17% of 470 is. That's about 80 pixels again, so we can just cut out 80 more pixels. That would leave us at 390 pixels. That wouldn't work though, mental note. We definitely want this to actually be the same. I don't know why I was saying that, might be. We want these to be like this. Ignore what I was saying about B. That was silly of me. Anyways, we got that. This should look okay. I just saved it so our development server is live loading. Sorry about that confusion there. Obviously, we don't want to render something larger than the viewport. So this is our good way to make sure that it works well for phones. And by hard setting the width, we make sure that it looks good on laptops. And this isn't going to look bad on large screens. It's just going to look like there's like some space to save. But that doesn't really matter too much. And as we can tell, if we look at the browser, it looks fine on my large screen. I have a 22-inch laptop panel, display rather. So I don't think the space is lacking. This looks like well organized. The development server is not loading for some reason. Let's do a cache reset. Cool. That's pretty much what I expected. And as you can see by the wireframe, we're getting pretty close. So we are at a good point in version control. I'm going to go ahead and go to my terminal and do some git work. So let's see the changes we got going down so far. I'm going to first git add source scenes home.js. If you weren't here, home.js is the router, the React router. It's kind of like the way that React deals with different pages, the links to the pages exactly. So I know that that change was contained, and I could say add media to home router. And making sure that our git commit messages are good for people that want to review our code. They can easily see what we were trying to do with all of our changes. I didn't want to just say like git add everything that I've done so far, because that would be a very long change that's not easy to parse. Now I can do git add star because it's just going to add the CSS and JS file within the media folder. And we can confirm that by doing this. Git st is short for git status, and you can see that the only thing ready for changes ready to be committed are the media files, the JS and the CSS file. So now we do another git commit message, and we say add files for, no, let's name this better. Add skeleton for media. And if I put for our project, pretty much if I put a /, that means to the readers that I'm saying add skeleton for media page. And they know that they can go into a folder called media right here and see the files. And by saying skeleton, I'm implying that I'm not yet done with my work, and that's the base structure. And when I'm making my first push to the repository that doesn't have this branch remotely, there's two concepts in Git. There's origin and there's remote. Origin is pretty much your local stuff, and then remote is what's hosted on GitHub. So by saying -u, I'm saying upstream, and so I'm pushing my local stuff, specifically this branch, to our remote repository. And if I were to go on GitHub on the browser, I could show you that my branch now shows up on the repository page. So anyways, I don't even know if you can see this. Whoops, I accidentally showed my face. Don't want to see that. I don't know actually if you can see this, but there are the changes that I've made in case you couldn't see that far down. I didn't realize my window was closed out. I'm going to type clear to clear everything out. So we've got a fresh little page here. Our version control looks clean now. We're at a stage where we can make a kind of a diversion. And I'm going to show you really quickly back to the browser just to show you that both of our column systems are responsive. As we get smaller, it goes to a single file setup. So cool. Full screen that. So we want these columns to look like these columns. And again, I mentioned that I'm eventually going to make this into a reusable component. But for now, I'm going to hard code it and then base my reusable component off of that work. So let's go back to the editor. What we want to do is instead of a paragraph, we're going to make another div. And we're going to say div class name equals styles dot, what do we want to call this? We don't want to call it flex container because we don't want a row wrap container. We want something that always looks like a column. Let's say content media content column. It's a long one, but it's very clear that we're putting either photos or videos in a column-based format. And the other thing we can say is we want to do give class name equals styles, and we're in the video section, so we can say styles.video container. Cool. And I'm going to go ahead and do this. And then let's go ahead and copy this over. And we're going to say photo placeholder. And we're also going to name this photo container. Actually, we're going to say image container. Not all of the things are going to be photos. And image is more of the web term anyways. So we're going to have issues. I'm not even going to show you the browser, even though I saved and the hot reload is happening. The problem is that we don't have style sheets called. We don't have a class name in our style sheet called image container, nor do we have one called media content column, nor do we have one called video container. So let's go to our style sheet and make these. I'm going to go ahead and put them in order of appearance. So I'm going to say, already forgot the name of them. Media content column, that should be first for sure. Media content column. And I want it to be a Flex container. If you don't know about Flex, I highly recommend going to Flexbox Froggy or Google it. I don't know the exact URL, but it's pretty much a game to learn a very powerful CSS construct. It's just, if you know CSS well, you can not utilize CSS frameworks like Bootstrap and Bulma, and while those things are very cool, I think they're very hefty, and unless you use every single component, you're bringing in a style sheet that's pretty unnecessarily large for your project. So for us, we know that we want it to be a Flex container, and the Flex flow is going to be column. That's it. We don't want it to wrap. And we want the justify content, we want it to be space around because we want it to be in the center of kind of padding. And we also want it to be, the other options, by the way, for justify content are flex end, which would put it at the end of the box. Or in other words, in a column format, it's going to be at the bottom of the column. Sorry, I'm not explaining this well. I'm going to back up a little bit. Flex flow is a CSS attribute that says, okay, you've got a Flex container, and I've determined that it's not going to wrap, and I've determined you're going to do column instead of row. So we want things going vertically. Justify content says, okay, you've got items in this container. In other words, our photos and our images. How do you want them displayed? If I say flex end with a column, it means it's going to show up at the bottom of the column. If I say flex start, it's going to show up at the top of the column. What I want is space around, and that means that vertically there's going to be some space, then there's going to be an item, i.e. a photo or an image or a video, and then there's going to be some more space. And that will continue dynamically as we add more items to this Flex container. And I had a typo here. Align items is the last thing I'm going to do. That's saying, okay, you've managed the spacing between the content. How do you want these items aligned? And I'm going to say center. And that means vertically, go ahead and center the items within the container. Cool. Might not even need that, honestly, because we're doing column. But I'm going to leave it just in case. The other items we need are image container and video container. So let's go ahead and make those. And actually, video appears first. I like organizing my style sheets by appearance in order on HTML. And this code's getting pretty big, and maybe off stream I might be separating the media folder kind of like we do on code schools, where each section is its own folder. But it's really on the precipice. I might just leave it alone. I pretty much get worried when we get to 100 lines. And we're getting close there, but I don't think we're going to hit it. It just makes it nice and extra readable for anybody else doing work. If you can imagine, you know, just the online school section is, you know, it's already over 100 lines. And that's just one of 5 sections within the code schools page. So you can imagine, you know, we don't want like a 1,000-line page. We want to sparse out the content. And the way that you would do it, by the way, if you wanted to divide this content, you would make a new folder in this media file, and you'd pretty much name it the section. And then you would end up naming that section, you know, like for us, it would be, I guess we'd have the media section, or, you know, the media content section. So let's say we made a section, let's say we made another folder for all of this content. We would pretty much copy paste this content into a new folder with a new JS and CSS file called media section. And then we would say, imagining that folder being there, we would say import media section from, and then my IntelliSense would say like, oh, you've got this media section folder, and you've got a media section JS file. Obviously, this file doesn't exist, but if it did, you would see how it would cut out space and make things a lot clearer for readers, because you would just be able to do this. Boom. And actually, you would just need to do this. And obviously, we cut out tons of lines. We cut out like 40 lines of code. And it makes it really clear, because like you can say like, oh, what's a media section? And you go see what it does. And it's not a very complicated section, and it helps readers just not like, you know, scroll up and down on the code editor. Obviously, that doesn't exist, so I've done undo and I removed it. We can save, and then over here, video container. I don't yet know how big I want these. I think we're going to try to make it responsive again. Let's say that the width, if I do width auto, that should work, actually. This is the right time to use width auto. It'll span the container properly. And then I will say height 100% and height 100%. And that means whatever I believe that should work. We're going to find out as we add some images. So you should still be looking at the code editor. Cool, just making sure. We're going to go to images, and we're going to kind of like peruse these images and make sure we grab the right ones. Obviously, we've got lots of images here. We don't need to display them all, but we are looking for photos. No problem, Amber. Have a good one. Let's see what the wireframe had. So the wireframe has those images. Okay, cool. All right, so right now I'm looking for images to display on the media section. They're outlined in the wireframe. I'm just trying to find them. And I don't have them. That is interesting. I wonder if it's in public. No, not in public. Well, we may have a blocker, unfortunately. It might have to end coding on the photo section and post on that issue, letting people know that we need some more images, because I do not have anything. Yep. All right, not gonna waste any more time on that. We're gonna leave the photo placeholders there, and we're gonna move on to. I've done as much as I can before I get on to the complex issue at hand. And you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and start doing that. So the complex issue at hand is embedding videos, which I've never done. It might be relatively simple. We're gonna find out. On React. It likely will be pretty simple. I've just never done it before, and so I have to research it. I was hoping for something like this. There might be like some simple component that allows us to just easily render videos properly. It's got lots of stars, but it was not updated recently. This is pretty ancient. I don't feel safe utilizing this package. I'm going to open this one. I may open that one again because the documentation was good. I'm going to look at the issues just to make sure. I can also kind of bring in this one. And then I'll embed YouTube videos. I'll redo my search just to make sure I can see some new content. YouTube, embed YouTube React. Okay, so let's look at this again just in case I didn't give it a fair enough chance. Wow, my internet is crazy slow. Holy cow, come on. Okay, this one looks more recent. Let's go ahead and open the GitHub link, despite that having to take forever. Published 5 days ago. So this one looks very, very, very active. This is good. 33,000 downloads. This might be the winner. Let's go ahead and check out React Player. I'm going to look at React Video, 4 pull requests. If the demo's broken, I don't know, I'm scared. This likely is going to be our ticket here, is this React Player component. A lot more stars, very recently updated, dev dependencies, everything's up to date. This will likely be, yep, this is going to be it. This is what I'm going with. So it's not a dev dependency, that's fine. Let's see how usage works. Import it, return, oh my gosh, this is great. This is what I'll be doing. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring it in. We're going to show the terminal. We're going to do yarn add React player. It's not a dev dependency, so I'm not going to add the -d flag. It's actually a production dependency. And going back to the code editor, we can do import React player from React player. And the autocomplete won't work, and it's probably going to yell at us because it's not yet a thing. It's yelling at us currently because I'm not using it, but obviously I'm going to be using it. I'm actually going to show you, take you guys back to the browser. I want to see exactly how else we can use this, because maybe it's good for images, for instance. So YouTube, Facebook, SoundCloud, streamable VidMe. Okay. Now, what I'm curious on as for images, I wonder if we could dynamically load a slideshow for Facebook images. That would be really nice. I wouldn't even need to edit the issue for asking for more images, unless it's a Facebook video. Ah, only supports videos. Oh well. It's cool that we've got all these props. Cool. I'm still in the browser. While I'm on the browser, I'm actually going to go to YouTube, and I'm looking to look up Operation Code's channel so I can bring in the 2 videos that I was going to use. I actually don't think the Operation Code channel has all the videos that I want, but I will just make sure that I have these links so we can, code and just copy paste the links. And once I get these videos in and make sure that they're responsively loading, that'll kind of close it for the day. Unfortunately, that React player doesn't properly load, not properly. It's not even supposed to. It's out of the scope to load images from Facebook. I may look up a package to see if I can find a package that will like automatically generate a slideshow. That could be best. So definitely want this one. I'm gonna go ahead and just copy the link address and put it in the code editor as a note. And so the Operation Code channel has multiple videos. Oh man, my browser is literally dying. I can't even use this. It's crazy. I didn't know how much of a powerful rig you need to stream. I can't even scroll. This is crazy. Come on. Sorry about the delay, y'all. This is just something I can't control. So these are some live code live streams that Rick did when he was making some Operation Code Slack bots. Those aren't the images I'm looking for. I'm going to go ahead and look up Operation Code live stream, and I'm going to do Boston, I think. I'm trying to. There's a video where we were referenced with like hackathon, and Conrad was talking about it. I wonder if this will help. Hey, look, that worked. Awesome. Okay, that's the other video that I want. Okay, I've got the 2 videos that I was looking for. Maybe there are others, but for now, those are the ones I care about. So I'll close that. We don't need it anymore. I'm going to open this so we can see the usage. And that it'll be that simple. That'll be great. All right, let's go to the code editor and reel it in. So for right here, we want to do, let's say React player URL equals this. And then playing, self-closing, and then I'll put it down here as well. And instead of this link, we want this one. And I can now remove these comments. And then I'll paste the new video here. Okay, so let's go to, for this one now, I want to see multiple things I want to see happen. I'm hoping that this is just a required Boolean. I don't want it to automatically play. I don't even know how it would work if there are two components playing at the same time. So I'm put these on there, but I may delete these props instead. So the development server just compiled, so we'll be able to soon see the changes. I'm going to go ahead and just do a cache reset anyways, since it doesn't seem to be working. And then the other thing I want to make sure is that our style sheets are making sure that the container itself is rendering as we want it to be. Okay, so right away we see that the Flex container, there's no space in between them. It looks like the playing Boolean does indeed start them both playing instantly. Don't want that. Unless it's just bad loading. I'm just sorry about the loading time. I do need to just wait and see if this works out. I can play around with the style sheets in here while that is going down, though.
I would like to bring up my first guest to talk about it.
Okay, so we want to remove. I wasn't even showing the browser. I'm sorry about that. Here's what it looks like on the browser. I just opened up Inspector. So as I was saying, there's no padding between the videos, which is bad. We'll figure out why that's happening. And secondarily, both the videos start playing automatically, which is not behavior that I want. I would be annoyed about that, and we don't want to give users an experience that we don't want as developers. Let's go back to the code editor. Let's get rid of these playing booleans. And let's go ahead and go back to the browser. And I'm going to go ahead and before I start playing around with style sheets, I do want to go back and look at the documentation and see if it talks about, width and height at all. So it looks like they're props. It says the default width is 640, so I can tell quickly if it's working by just using my ruler Chrome extension. If it works. Wow, my computer just cannot handle life. Okay, so I open the ruler and I just want to see how wide this is, and if it's 640, then I know my style sheet's not working. And it looks like it's 640. So it looks like wrapping these iframes in the container is not going to dynamically set its size. So let's go ahead and get rid of these video containers. Let's not try to reinvent the wheel. Let's instead try to work with this thing that we brought in. And it ends up being less lines of code anyways, so I'm okay with that. So, what we want to do, I'm going to go back and look at the browser, and I'm going to bring this with me. I want to see if you can use a percentage. Just kind of checking this out, seeing if there's anything that I could use. All right. So yeah, I am going to try setting width and the height props as percentages and see what that does for us. The alternative that we can do is we can dynamically render these components under media queries, but I think that'll get messy if it doesn't work out with this percentage setting of width and height. What I think I'm going to do instead is I'm going to set, I'm going to do inline style and try to reference our class names. Yeah. Let's find out. So one thing I can do really quick. If I think iframe actually, oh, that's a lot of errors. Oh, this is my ad blocker at work. Fine. Disappointing that we have to bring in ad blocks. Whatever. So yeah, if I go back to inspect the DOM, I want to play around with this a bit. I think iframe is actually an HTML element, so maybe we can target it with our own CSS and not have to worry about this. Interesting. It's literally a video tag. Okay, so maybe in our style sheets, we can target the video element and set width. Let's try that. No, it looks like it's the internal video. So we don't want that. We want this. Div ID player. Seth is suggesting I use embed responsively. Is this for eliminating advertisements? I will definitely use that. Let me go ahead and bloop. Oh, I see what you're saying. Instead of bringing in the dependency. Sure, that's fine. I like this. That'll make it easy to... Assuming, of course, this works in React, and we can just test this really quick. Bring it in. Let's say... I'll just throw it in under there. I don't know what you're looking at right now, if you're looking at my editor. That's not going to work. Embed container. So this is style sheets. So if I do... Where does the style sheet end here? Right there. I'll bring this embed container inside the top of our style sheet. And I'm hoping it'll work. I'd rather bring this in than another dependency, always. Sorry that you're not seeing my code editor. I just put in the style sheets that it's asking us to do here, and then I want to see these at work. So I'm going to put them in our JS file. I'll now save. I'll do a class name equals styles.embed container, and I have to make that JSX instead of kebab case. So let me go ahead and change that. So I'm getting a warning about empty containers are self-closing. Okay, that's fine. That makes sense. Iframe elements must have a unique title property. Okay, fine. Now what? Cool. So that link you gave me was fine. It just didn't have everything like React ready. But I look like I made the changes. Let's see if it works. If this works, I'm going to remove that dependency. This is delayed because I definitely have already made these changes. Cool. Okay. Let's see how this works. Works fine. All right, we're going to ditch the dependencies. Let's go to the terminal. Thank you, Seth, for that. That was good. Let's go ahead and do yarn remove React player. Oh, I had a typo. Oh, just sitting eagerly waiting for my computer to do what I want it to. Okay, you are taking way too long. This is incredible. Oh boy. Well, now that we have this iframe, I'm going to be able to dynamically attribute styles. I am really trying to make sure I just finish this up and go get some lunch. At this point, I think you understand the direction I'm going. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. It's been another good day of coding. I don't think I'm going to be streaming it, but if you are interested in joining Operation Code and you're watching and you're not a member, we are likely going to be talking about how to integrate state into our website going forward. We've done a lot of the easy pickings, and it's time to do a lot of the heavier stuff, which requires state management with Redux in our React application. For now, it's been a great day, and I hope you are encouraged to do some React development, even if it's simple static content. Have a good one.